apparemment par les...
Good morning, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished delegates. May I please ask everyone to take their seats. For safety and security reasons, there can be no standing in the room. May I please ask everyone to take their seats. If you are not able to be seated, we would like to ask you to leave the room. The opening of the COP can be viewed on the CCTVs throughout the conference venue. I'd like to now make a safety announcement. In the unlikely event of having to evacuate the room, please use the emergency exit nearest to you. There are 3 at the back of the room and 4 on each side of the room. I will repeat. In the unlikely event of having to evacuate the room, please use the emergency exit nearest to you. There are 3 emergency exits at the back and 4 on each side of the room. Thank you.
اتكلم. Hello.
Dimmi, are they not too mounted on top of each other? What? They are not too mounted.
شوية. check check لا check 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 check.
there's not, and it will be outlined. Go for it.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, may I please ask you all to take your seats in order for us to begin with the opening.
distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to declare open the 27th session of the Conference of the Parties to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change.
Friends, let me begin by thanking our friends here in Egypt for such a warm welcome. My team and I know just how demanding hosting such a conference is and how many people have worked incredibly hard to get us to this point. So congratulations and thank you again. Now, as the UK's presidency comes to an end, I want to reflect on what we achieved together in Glasgow, and also what has happened since in our presidency year. Last November, the world gathered at Cop26 against a fractured and fractious geopolitics as a once-in-a-century pandemic dragged mercilessly on. And yet, leaders recognized that despite their differences, often profound, cooperation on climate and nature is in our collective self-interest. And thanks to that spirit of cooperation and compromise, we forged together the Glasgow Climate Pact. Collectively, we achieved something historic and something hopeful. With your help, we closed the Paris Rulebook. We made unprecedented progress on coal and on fossil fuel subsidies. We committed to rapidly scale up finance and to double adaptation finance by 2025. We reiterated the urgency of action and support for loss and damage and established serious work on funding arrangements. And we hope that that has paved the way for a formal agenda item and tangible progress here in Egypt. And every party, and I repeat this, every party agreed to revisit and strengthen their 2030 emission reduction targets to align with Paris. So I want to thank the 29 countries which have already updated their NDCs since Glasgow. From Australia to Micronesia, India to Vanuatu, Norway to Gabon. And we also made progress outside the negotiating rooms with commitments from business, from finance, from philanthropy. Friends, thanks to the work that we did together, we achieved our objective, the goal at the heart of the Paris Agreement. We kept 1.5 degrees alive. Now, none of us could have anticipated the year that followed. We have been buffeted by global headwinds that have tested our ability to make progress. Putin's brutal and illegal war in Ukraine has precipitated multiple global crises: energy and food insecurity, inflationary pressures, and spiraling debt. And these crises have compounded existing climate vulnerabilities and the scarring effects of the pandemic. And yet, despite this context, there has been some progress in implementing the commitments that we delivered in Glasgow. Over 90% of the global economy is now covered by a net zero target, up from less than 30% when the UK took on the Cop26 role. The biggest companies and the financial institutions in the world have committed to net zero. They've done so in force, with a global wall of capital creating green jobs and directing billions into the green industries of both today and tomorrow. Countries and companies are making tangible sectoral progress, from zero-emission vehicles to our breakthrough agenda, and are accelerating the rollout of renewable energy across the world. And the Secretary-General has been clear. Our shared long-term futures do not lie in fossil fuels. And I agree with him wholeheartedly. Every major report published this year underscores the point that progress is being made. And thanks to the commitments that we garnered ahead of and at COP26, and indeed in our presidency year, emissions in 2030 are expected to be around 6 gigatons lower. That is the equivalent of 12% of today's global annual emissions. And with full implementation of all the commitments in place today, including NDCs and net zero targets, the reports suggest that we are heading to 1.7 degrees warming by the end of the century. Not 1.5, but still progress. So to those who remain skeptical about the multilateral process and of the COP process in particular, my message is clear. As unwieldy and sometimes as frustrating as these processes can be, the system is delivering. And there are many people to thank for that, and certainly too many to name. The prime ministers and the presidents who have sensed the changing wind and indeed sought instead to harness it. The ministers to the miners who have recognized a just and sustainable future can only be delivered with a clean energy transition. The civil society organizations, youth representatives, and indigenous peoples who pushed us to consider and reconsider what was possible in Glasgow have continued to do so since. And of course, the brilliant officials, the brilliant civil servants around the world, not least in the UK's COP unit, who have helped to deliver progress. And yet, despite this progress, I fully recognize the scale of the challenge still in front of us. Just as every report shows that we are making some progress, they're equally clear that there is so much more to be done in this critical decade. Friends, we are not currently on a pathway that keeps 1.5 in reach. And whilst I do understand that leaders around the world have faced competing priorities this year, we must be clear. As challenging as our current moment is, inaction is myopic and can only defer climate catastrophe. We must find the ability to focus on more than one thing at once. How many more wake-up calls do world leaders actually need? A third of Pakistan underwater, the worst flooding in Nigeria in a decade. This year, the worst drought in 500 years in Europe, in 1,000 years in the US, and the worst on record in China. The cascading risks are also clear. Entire economic sectors becoming unsustainable and uninsurable, entire regions becoming unlivable, and the strain on the global movement of goods and the pressure of people to relocate because of the climate crisis becoming almost unimaginable. So this conference must be about concrete action. And I hope that when the world leaders join us today, they will explain clearly what their countries have achieved during the last year and how they will go further. It is very simply a matter of trust. Without its constituent members delivering on their commitments and agreeing to go further, the entire system falters. I will do everything in my power to support our Egyptian friends, and the UK is here to reach ambitious outcomes across the agenda, including on mitigation, on adaptation, and loss and damage. And we know that we have reached a point where finance makes or breaks the program of work that we had ahead of us. So whilst I would point to some of the progress shown on the $100 billion, I hear the criticisms, and I agree that more must be done by governments and by the multilateral development banks, including on doubling adaptation finance by 2025 and establishing a post-2025 goal. Ultimately, though, I remain hopeful. Look back to where we were before Glasgow. Look back to where we were before Paris. Indeed, as we mark the 30th anniversary, look back to where we were before Rio. With thanks to all of you, The UK's presidency ends as a demonstration that progress is possible, it is happening, and it is continuing. Yes, we need to accelerate that progress in the remainder of the decisive decade, but I believe fundamentally that we can. We know what we need to do to keep 1.5 degrees alive. We know how to do it. And Sameh, you and your team have our full support. So now, friends, let's make sure we deliver. Let's make it happen. Thank you.
So, distinguished delegates, I would like to invite you to turn to sub-item 2A of the provisional agenda for the session, titled Election of the President of the Conference of the Parties at its 27th session. You may recall that in accordance with Rule 22, paragraph 1 of the draft Rules of Procedure being applied, the office of the President of the Conference of Parties is subject to rotation amongst the 5 regional groups. We now continue the cycle with a president from the African states. So it gives me great pleasure to propose that the conference elect, by acclamation, His Excellency, Mr. Sameh Shoukry, who will serve as president of the conference at its 27th session. I therefore declare His Excellency, Mr. Sameh Shoukry, elected President of the 27th session of the Conference of the Parties. I congratulate Mr. Shoukry on this election and wish him and his team every success in guiding the work of the conference. I now invite Mr. Shoukry to take his seat at the podium. Welcome, Mr. President.
السيدات والسادة الزملاء الأعزاء، أهلا بكم في شرم الشيخ. أهلا ومرحبا بكم في الدورة 27 لمؤتمر أطراف اتفاقية الأمم المتحدة الإطارية لتغير المناخ. اسمحوا لي أن أستهل مهامي كرئيس للمؤتمر بأن أتقدم إليكم جميعا بالشكر والعرفان على الثقة التي منحتموها لبلدي مصر، والتي عكسها اختياركم لها لاستضافة هذا الحدث الدولي الأهم والأكبر على الإطلاق، وانتخابكم لي لتولي هذه المسؤولية الجسيمة التي أطلع بها وكل ثقة في أن مصر ستجد منكم كل الدعم والتأييد لنمضي معا نحو تحقيق ما نصبو إليه. وأؤكد لكم هنا إن مصر لن تدخر جهدا في هذا السبيل، وأننا سنعمل على توفير أفضل الظروف التي تتيح لكافة المشاركين من كافة الأطراف الحكومية وغير الحكومية المساهمة في إنجاح هذا الحدث المهم وضمان خروجه بالنتائج التي نتطلع جميعا إليها. واسمحوا لي أيضا أن أنتهز هذه المناسبة ليتقدم بعميق الشكر لحكومة المملكة المتحدة الرئاسة السابقة لمؤتمر الأطراف على كل ما قدمته خلال فترة رئاستها وما بذلته من جهد لدعم وتعزيز عمل المناخ العالمي من خلال الأداء المتميز لفريق الرئاسة البريطاني الذي قاده صديقي الوزير ألوك شارما، الذي ساعدته بأن عملنا سويا على مدار قرابة عام كامل لضمان انتقال سلس لرئاسة المؤتمر يبني على ما تحقق من زخم سياسي في غلاسكو العام الماضي، ويستكمل المسار نحو أهداف توافقنا عليها ونتائج لا بد أن نصل إليها. السيدات والسادة، إن مؤتمرنا الذي يبدأ أعماله اليوم هو 27 في مسيرة بدأناها معا منذ نحو 30 عاما، وهي عمر اتفاقية الأمم المتحدة الإطارية لتغير المناخ. مسيرة متصلة أثبتت جدواها وأهميتها عاما بعد عام، استطعنا خلالها أن نصبح أكثر إدراكا للخطر الذي يهددنا، وأكثر وعيا بما كشفه لنا العلم من حقيقة وتبعات هذا الخطر، وأكثر اقتناعا بما يتعين علينا القيام به من إجراءات لدرء والتغلب عليه اليوم قبل غد. إن مصر عازمة على مواصلة هذه المسيرة هنا في شرم الشيخ، لنجعل من مؤتمرنا هذا نقطة فارقة وعلامة مميزة على طريق طويل لا يزال أمامنا الكثير من الجهد والعمل لنضمن وصوله إلى وجهته النهائية، ولنجدد العهد ونرفع الطموح وننتقل بجدية نحو التنفيذ وتعزيز العمل الجماعي متعدد الأطراف من خلال التعامل الفعال مع أكبر تحدي يواجهه البشرية في الوقت الحالي. إن كافة الشواهد تؤكد لنا بغير شك ولا جدال إن تغير المناخ قد أصبح خطراً واقعاً يهدد حياة البشر في كل مكان وبكافة الأشكال. ويؤكد العلم بشكل قاطع إن نمط التنمية الذي سارت عليه البشرية منذ الثورة الصناعية وحتى وقت قريب لم يعد قابلاً للاستدامة، وإن الاستمرار على هذا النحو دون تغيير جذري سيؤدي إلى عواقب وخيمة تتحملها الأجيال القادمة بأكثر مما يتحملها جيلنا. ورغم كافة الأمنيات الطيبة ورغم كافة الجهود المبذولة، تؤكد الدراسات العلمية مرة أخرى من خلال أحدث التقارير الصادرة على مدار العام وفي مقدمتها تقرير اللجنة الحكومية المعنية بتغير المناخ، إننا لا نزال نواجه فجوات تتسع بشكل مقلق، سواء فيما يخص الحفاظ على الهدف الحراري لاتفاق باريس أو التكيف مع الآثار السلبية لتغير المناخ، أو توفير التمويل اللازم لتمكين الدول النامية من القيام بدورها في هذا الجهد. ولعل ما شاهده على مدار العام من أحداث مؤلمة في باكستان وفي قارتنا الأفريقية وفي أنحاء متفرقة من أوروبا وأمريكا، لعل تلك الأحداث وما خلفته من دمار تمثل عبرة وعظة وصوت نذير يتردد في شتى أنحاء كوكبنا، يدعونا إلى اليقظة والحرص وإلى التحرك العاجل لاتخاذ كافة التدابير اللازمة وفاء بالتزاماتنا وتنفيذا لتعهداتنا. سيدات والسادة، لا يخفى على أحد منا أن مؤتمرنا هذا العام ينعقد في خضم توترات سياسية تركت آثارها البالغة على دولنا جميعا، ترتب عليها أزمات في امتداد الطاقة والغذاء. وإذا ظن البعض أن هذه التحديات من شأنها تعطيل العمل الجماعي الدولي لمكافحة تغير المناخ، فإنه من المحتم علينا جميعا هنا في شرم الشيخ أن نثبت عكس ذلك. لذا فإنني أدعوكم جميعا لأن نؤكد للعالم أننا ندرك حجم التحدي وأننا نمتلك الإرادة السياسية للتصدي له. ومن أجل ذلك فلقد كانت دعوتنا دائما أن الوقت قد حان للانتقال من المفاوضات والتعهدات إلى مرحلة يحظى فيها التنفيذ بالأولوية، ومفاد ذلك حتمية التعجيل بتنفيذ ما تراضينا عليه في الاتفاقية الإطارية لتغير المناخ، وعززناه في اتفاق باريس وبرنامج العمل الخاص به، مع ضرورة رفع مستوى الطموح لكل الدول وفقا لقدراتها المتباينة بطبيعتها. وهنا يهمني الإشادة بالدول التي قامت بالفعل بتحديث مساهمتها المحددة وطنيا، ومن بينها مصر، وأثق أنني أتحدث نيابة عنكم جميعا حينما أدعو سائر الدول لأن تحذو نفس الحذو، لا سيما وأن التقرير التقييمي الصادر مؤخرا حول مجمل وضع المساهمات المحددة وطنيا كشف أن مستوى الطموح الحالي لا يرقى للوصول إلى هدف باريس. وهنا أيضا تقدر الإشارة إلى أنه من أجل التنفيذ الفعال للتعهدات والوعود، فإن هذه المرحلة من مسيرة عملنا المشترك تقتضي مشاركة أوسع وأكثر فاعلية لكافة الأطراف المعنية من غير الدول، والتي أصبح دورها لا يقل أهمية عن دور الدول، وفي مقدمتها القطاع الخاص والبنوك والمؤسسات التمويل الدولية والمجتمع المدني ومجتمعات الشباب والسكان الأصليين وغيرها. وتأكيدا لذلك فقد حرصت مصر خلال الإعداد لهذا المؤتمر على التشاور مع هذه الأطراف وإشراكهم في كافة الأنشطة والفعاليات، سواء فيما يتعلق بمبادرات دولة الرئاسة أو بالأيام الموضوعية المختلفة على مدار المؤتمر، بل وأيضا في قمة شرم الشيخ لتنفيذ تعهدات المناخ التي تبدأ أعمالها غدا على مستوى رؤساء الدول والحكومات. سيدات والسادة، إنني وإذ أبدأ اليوم مسؤوليتي كرئيس للمؤتمر لابد لي أن أدعوكم جميعا إلى وقفة للمصارحة حول حقيقتين لا مناص إلى إنكارهما، وهما: أولا، إن جهود تغير المناخ على مدى العقود الماضية اتسمت بقدر ملحوظ من الاستقطاب، ما أفضى إلى إبطاء وتيرة التقدم في عملية التفاوض. ثانياً، إن الحالة الراهنة لجهود الحشد وتوفير التمويل المناخ تثير الكثير من الشواغل، إذ أن تعهد توفير 100 مليار دولار سنوياً لم يجد بعد سبيله إلى التنفيذ، كما أن أغلب ما يتوفر من تمويل يميل بطبيعته إلى خفض الانبعاثات على حساب جهود التكيف، فضلاً عن اعتماد أغلب التمويل المتاح على القروض. وأظن أنكم تتفقون معي أننا لا نملك طرف الاستمرار على هذا النهج، بل يتحتم علينا تغيير مقترباتنا من التعامل مع هذا التحدي الوجودي، ويتعين علينا السعي بجد وإخلاص للاستماع والتعرف على شواغل الأطراف الأخرى وتفهمها، والعمل على الوصول إلى حلول توفيقية مقبولة تكفل تحقيق التقدم وتؤكد بالدليل العملي ما دأبنا على المناداة به من ضرورة ألا نترك طرفا يتخلف عن الركب. رغم جملة التحديات التي نواجهها، إلا أن البشرية لا تزال أمامها الفرصة لتجاوز هذه المرحلة الصعبة، إذ ما توفرت الإرادة السياسية لذلك، وإذا ما استطعنا العمل سويا بشكل متسق ومتناغم. ونرى اليوم الكثير من الشواهد على ذلك. فعلى سبيل المثال، يشهد قطاع الطاقة المتجددة طفرة غير مسبوقة ساهمت في انخفاض أسعارها بشكل كبير، كما تطورت تكنولوجيا التكيف في مجالات إدارة الموارد المائية والقطاع الزراعي بشكل ملحوظ. وشهدت السنوات القليلة الماضية تزايداً ملموساً في وعي المجتمعات، لا سيما في أوساط الشباب، بخطورة تغير المناخ، مع عزم أكيد على التعامل مع القضية بشكل مبتكر وفعال. ونما بشكل ملموس اهتمام وإسهام المجتمع المدني ونشطائه والعاملين في مراكز الأبحاث، وتزايد دور المرأة وتصاعد دور المدن والحكومات المحلية وغيرها، مما يؤكد أن الفرصة لا تزال سانحة لوقف هذا الخطر الداهم الذي يهدد معاش وحياة الملايين في مختلف بقاع الأرض. سيداتي والسادة، غدا تبدأ قمة شرم الشيخ لتنفيذ تعهدات المناخ أعمالها، حيث يتوافد قادة العالم هنا للإعراب عن التزامهم الراسخ بجهود مواجهة تغير المناخ وأولوية العمل من أجل مستقبل نتمكن فيه من العيش دون خطر وجودي يهددنا. وعلى بعد خطوات من تجمع قادتنا نبدأ نحن أسبوعين من المفاوضات والمشاورات الهامة والحيوية التي يجب أن نجتهد لتكون ميسرة ومنتجة. أدعوكم جميعا غدا إلى الاستماع جيدا لما سيعبر عنه قادتنا، وأطلب منكم الالتزام بتنفيذ توجيهاتهم وترجمة الالتزام السياسي الذي سيتردد صداه غدا وبعد غد في كافة أورقة هذا المكان إلى توافقات وتفاهمات على النصوص والقرارات التي نعلم جميعا مدى أهمية التوصل إليها من خلال هذا المؤتمر. أناشدكم جميعا أن تضعوا نصب أعينكم إن ما نحن بصدده ليس عملا تفاوضيا منفصلا عن الواقع، وأننا نخسر جميعا إن ظننا إمكانية تحقيق فريق لمكاسب على حساب فريق آخر، فمهمتنا جميعا أكثر نبلا من ذلك. تمتد آثارها لحياة ومعاش ومصالح الملايين من البشر حول العالم ممن يعانون من واقع حي تتفاقم وطأته مع كل يوم نقصر فيه في عملنا أو نتباطأ. وليس هناك مجال لأن نهدر مستقبل الأجيال القادمة من أبنائنا وأحفادنا، فهي مسؤولية في أعناقنا. إنني لعلى ثقة كاملة إنكم تدركون حجم التحدي، وأن لديكم العزم والعزيمة على التعامل مع هذا التحدي بالكفاءة وبروح التفاهم اللازم. لقد حان الوقت للعمل والتنفيذ، فلننفذ معا من أجل البشرية ومن أجل كوكبنا. أشكركم وأتطلع للعمل معكم من أجل مؤتمر ناجح إن شاء الله. شكرا جزيلا. Distinguished delegates, honored guests, colleagues, this morning we are honored to have with us Mr. Hoesung Lee, Chair of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, and Mr. Simon Stiell, UNFCCC Executive Secretary. It is now my pleasure to invite Mr. Simon Stiell, UNFCCC Executive Secretary, to address the plenary.
Honorable guests, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted to welcome you officially to Cop27. Salam alaikum. I must thank my predecessor, Patricia Espinosa. We're all grateful for the valuable work you did over the last 6 years. Thank you to the outgoing COP President, Alok Sharma, and his able team for their leadership over the last 3 years. And I'd like to officially congratulate the Egyptian presidency and Minister Shoukry for his election. Thank you for your tireless efforts as we work to make COP27 a success. Friends, today a new era begins, and we begin to do things differently. Paris gave us the agreement. Katowice and Glasgow gave us the plan. Sharm El-Sheikh shifts us to implementation. No one can be a mere passenger on this journey. This is a signal that times have changed. As Executive Secretary of the UN Climate Convention, it is an honor to be standing in a room of people dedicated to tackling humanity's greatest challenge. Every one of you brings a unique perspective. I come from Grenada, a state of 3 islands of Carriacou and Petit Martinique. Carriacou is my home, where my family live on a 13 square mile island with a population of just 7,000 people. Our history is of seafarers, fishers, boat builders, farmers, surviving on their wits and the strength of their communities, working closely together. My roots lie in a life full of beauty and adversity. As a teenager, I became involved in the global issues of the day, the proliferation of nuclear weapons and the anti-apartheid movement. I joined demonstrations and protests. I was often told one person cannot make a difference. Well, Nelson Mandela said, "It always seems impossible until it is done." I hold that thought close to me. It always seems impossible until it is done. So this is why I say today, a new era begins, and we begin to do things differently. We will be holding people to account, be they presidents, prime ministers, or CEOs, an accountability chief, if you may, because our policies, our businesses, our infrastructure, our actions, be they personal or public, must be aligned with the Paris Agreement and with the Convention. The heart of implementation is everybody, everywhere in the world, every single day, doing everything they possibly can to address the climate crisis. There are those that are going forward further and faster than everyone else. These are examples that must be followed. There are those who just need a nudge into taking further action, to go beyond business as usual. There are others who need support so they are able to do the things they need to do for their countries and communities, specifically highly vulnerable nations. And then there are those who still refuse to act unless others do. They will not be allowed to slow down the collective process. Let's not let positioning block progress. All of us have to do everything we are capable of doing. And we have that opportunity over the next 2 weeks. Our COP process is unique. We must create a safe political space, shielded from whatever else is going on out there, to do our jobs and deliver world change. The geopolitical situation, the pandemic, the food and energy crises have hit countries, economies, and most importantly, individuals hard. But let me make this point to humbly remind all of those engaged in this process of a simple fact. For decades, communities all over the world, very often the most vulnerable people, have been dealing with the continuous stream of crises, facing impact after impact of climate change. This has stripped generations of their lives and livelihoods. So here, in Sharm El-Sheikh, we have a duty to speed up our international efforts, to turn words into action, to catch up with their lived experience. This is a party-driven process. Over the course of my term, I will be mobilizing the process and secretariat to boost party's drive. This is my promise to you. I want you to focus on 3 critical lines of action. This is what I want you to deliver on. First, we must demonstrate this transformational shift to implementation, putting negotiations into concrete actions. Every corner of human activity must align with our Paris commitment of pursuing efforts to limit temperature rise to 1.5 degrees. Let's be encouraged by the strides that certain sectors are making on this, and let's look closer at how the global financial architecture can be made fit for purpose in line with the Paris commitments. The second line of action, we must cement progress on these critical work streams: mitigation, adaptation, finance, and crucially, loss and damage. We need to enable enhanced finance to flow to addressing impacts. What is said in these negotiating rooms has to be reflected in the urgency of what is happening outside. There are areas of commonality which we can lean into and build bridges upon. We must build those bridges. At this COP session, some processes will find themselves at a midway point. Others will be initiated, and there are some that will have to be revisited. Finally, our third line of action. We must enhance the delivery of the principles of transparency and accountability throughout the process. The environmental integrity and the reliability of the commitments made are paramount. I welcome detailed plans on how we deliver what we have promised across finance, adaptation, and mitigation. I found myself in my accountability chief role last week when we launched the NDC synthesis report, and I had to report that only 29 countries had come forward with tightened national plans since COP26. 29 is not 194. So here I am now, looking out at 165 countries that are due to be revisiting and strengthening their national pledges this year. I want to take a moment now to recognize the Glasgow Climate Pact. We made this agreement together only last year. I am not in a habit of rescinding on my word. I firmly expect all parties to act the same way. Stick to your commitments. Build on them here in Egypt. I will not be a custodian of backsliding. As the world pivots to implementation, women and girls have to be placed at the center of climate decision-making and action. Their empowerment leads to better governance and better outcomes, and we need that. This formal process is led by parties, by party states, but it is permanently inspired, challenged, and pressed into action by civil society organizations who not only advocate, but act on the strength of their convictions. I intend to listen closely to their voices, particularly those of the youth, making sure they can be clearly heard and, importantly, felt. Our COP process has delivered a remarkable transition in the consciousness of humanity, in the timeline of human development. Our minds have moved from researching to understanding and then to agreeing on a plan. To paraphrase the wonderful Nobel Prize-winning Egyptian writer Naguib Mahfouz, you can tell whether a person is clever by their answers. You can tell whether a person is wise by their questions. We have demonstrated the very best in human wisdom by asking the right questions. Now we know what must be done by everybody, everywhere, every single day, doing everything we possibly can. Colleagues, it's time to get to work. Shukran. Thank you.
Thank you, Executive Secretary. Distinguished colleagues, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change is the United Nations body for assessing the science related to climate change. Recognizing the continued importance of the IPCC within the climate process as we begin Cop27, I would like to invite Mr. Hoesung Lee, Chair of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, to address the plenary. You have the floor, Mr. Lee.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, as the chair of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC, I'm delighted and honored to address you at the opening of Cop27. We are very grateful to the Egyptian government and the presidency of Cop27 for hosting this crucial conference. We also want to extend our thanks to the people of El-Sheikh for their warmest welcome and generous hospitality. Thank you. The voice of today's science on climate change could not be sharper, stronger, and more sobering. We are not on track today to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius. The time for our collective action is now. IPCC reports presented to the world in February and April this year clearly show that we have the technology and the know-how to tackle climate change. But these options are limited by the availability of finance, among others. Adaptation options are further limited by global warming levels. With increasing warming, losses and damages will increase, and additional human and natural systems will be pushed to adaptation limits. Therefore, the prerequisite to a successful adaptation is ambitious mitigation to keep global warming within limits, particularly 1.5 degrees Celsius, through immediate and deep cuts in the emissions of greenhouse gases. Progress on the financial flows comparable to the goals of Paris Agreement remains low. Accelerated international financial cooperation is a critical enabler of low emission and just transition. Adaptation gaps, especially in the developing countries, are particularly driven by widening disparities between the cost of adaptation and financing available to adaptation. We can achieve the greatest gains in well-being by prioritizing finance to reduce climate risks for low-income and marginalized communities. Since the Paris Agreement, many countries have put in place climate laws, climate policies, and regulations. But their scope needs to be expanded, their ambition raised, and implemented. This is a once-in-a-generation opportunity to save our planet and our livelihoods. Ladies and gentlemen and distinguished delegates, this is an opportunity as well as an obligation. The range of options and most of all, the time available to them now will not be there for future leaders and policymakers. Before closing, allow me to reassure you that the scientific community remains ready to work with you and support you in every step of the way in this journey to limit global warming and also for achieving sustainable development. Humanity, our planet, and species living on it deserve nothing less. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the end of the opening statements of COP27. Delegates, please remain in your seats. We will continue with the first plenary meeting of COP27, followed by the first plenary meeting of the CPM17 and the first plenary meeting of the CMA4. Thank you very much. Distinguished delegates, I now invite the conference to consider sub-item 2B of the provisional agenda, adoption of the rules of procedure. The draft rules are contained in document FCCC/CP/1996/2. Parties may recall that the draft rules of procedure are being applied with the exception of draft Rule 42 on voting, due to lack of consensus. This has been the case since the first session of the Conference of the Parties in 1995. At COP26, the President held consultations and reported that there continued to be no consensus on the matter and proposed that consultations continue at COP27. I therefore propose that we continue to apply the draft rules of procedure with the exception of draft Rule 42. I would like to propose that a senior member of my delegation holds informal consultations on this issue. I give the floor to Bangladesh.
Thank you, Mr. President, and congratulations on being given the responsibility to be the president of COP27. It goes without saying that under your presidency, what we achieve in terms of outcome will have an impact not only on all people living in the world today, but also all child which is going to be born from today onwards. Bangladesh is not opposing to the adoption of the draft rules, but being encouraged by what the Executive Secretary has said, that this is the COP from where we are going to do things differently. He talked about the importance of aligning our processes to the convention. He also talked about accountability being enforced. So the convention, as you rightly pointed out, Mr. President, actually states that we are supposed to adopt the rules in the very first session. And the fact that we have not been able to do so, even after 26 COPs and now the 27th COP, does leave a question mark as to the commitment of all of the parties to ensure that we have a process to formalize the decisions that we take. Now, if we take out Rule 42, again I say we are not, Bangladesh is not objecting to it, the onus is going to lie on you, Mr. President, to make a call as to how we decide, how are the decisions going to be taken. And in this regard, I think the important point to make is that by consensus, we do not mean consent of all. So consensus is actually a general agreement, a broad agreement. So we hope that certainly as we go through the various challenges that we have and the various agenda items, consensus will not be used to mean it's a unanimity in all respect, because that, Mr. President, as has been the case in the past, leads to a situation where we are going to go on the lowest common denominator. That means whatever we agree is going to be so weak, so ineffective, that it is not going to be anywhere near to the challenges of today and what the UN Secretary General referred to as a global catastrophe. So we make this point, and we would like this to be recorded. We certainly think that this is an issue which needs to be addressed and resolved as soon as possible, but we are not objecting to the adoption of the agenda. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Bangladesh. Hearing no objection to the adoption of the rules of procedure as has been indicated, it is so decided. Let us now consider sub-item 2C of the provisional agenda, adoption of the agenda. I invite parties to turn to document FCCC/CP/2022/1/add2, which contains the supplementary provisional agenda for the COP and the revised list of addenda to be considered under agenda item 8. I wish to thank all parties for their active and constructive engagement in the intensive consultations on the adoption of the agendas for COP27, CPM17, and CMA4. While parties expressed a range of views, there was a common desire to initiate proceedings swiftly and smoothly today, with the eyes of the world on Sharm El-Sheikh. This sends a positive signal to the world that parties remain committed to addressing the global challenge of climate change. Several parties expressed concern about the large number of agenda items proposed by parties on top of the workload in Sharm El-Sheikh. All of these issues are important, and my team and I took great care to ensure that all views were heard and accommodated to the extent possible. Further to the consultations undertaken, please allow me to outline the understandings reached regarding the adoption of the agendas of the COP and the CMA, as they are interrelated. I will also touch on the organization of work for some specific agenda items based on the consultations conducted and feedback received by the Presidency. In presenting the revised provisional agendas, I wish to provide several clarifications. On the proposal by the G77 and China to include an item on the agendas of the COP and the CMA entitled Matters Relating to Funding Arrangements for Addressing Loss and Damage, I propose that the agenda item title be revised as follows: Matters Relating to Funding Arrangements Responding to Loss and Damage Associated with the Adverse Effects of Climate Change, including a focus on addressing loss and damage, with the following text added as a footnote to the title of the item. Quote, this item and the outcomes thereof are without prejudice to the consideration of similar issues in the future. It is understood that, first, the outcomes of this agenda item are based on cooperation and facilitation and do not involve liability or compensation. Second, this agenda item includes the Glasgow Dialogue. And third, the agenda item will launch a process with a view to adopting a conclusive decision no later than 2024. On the proposal by Zambia on behalf of the African Group to include an item on the agenda for the CMA on the special needs and special circumstances of Africa, I propose to convene informal consultations on the special needs and special circumstances of Africa and to report under the agenda item entitled Other Matters. These informal consultations would include the proposal by the African Group and any other issues raised in the consultations. On the proposals by France on behalf of the European Union and Switzerland on behalf of the Environmental Integrity Group for an item on the CMA agenda on matters related to Article 2.1c of the Paris Agreement. I propose to convene informal consultations on the inclusion of the proposed agenda item matters related to Article 2.1c of the Paris Agreement on the CMA agenda. On the proposal by Georgia for an item on the COP agenda on equitable geographical representation and constituted bodies under convention, I propose to convene informal consultations on equitable geographical representation in constituted bodies under the convention and to report under the agenda item entitled Other Matters. The informal consultations would include the proposal by Georgia, the assessment prepared by the Secretariat, and any other issues raised in the consultations. On the proposal by the United States of America for an item on the CMA agenda on the 7th review of the financial mechanism, I propose to convene informal consultations on the 7th review of the financial mechanism. On the proposal by Switzerland on behalf of the Environmental Integrity Group to include an item on the CMA agenda on limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees centigrade, I propose to convene informal consultations on the inclusion of the proposed agenda item limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees centigrade. On the proposal by Pakistan on behalf of the Group of 77 and China for an item on the COP and CMA agendas on implementation of decisions 1/CP.26, para 11, and 1/CMA.3, paragraph 18, on adaptation finance, I propose to convene informal consultations on the inclusion of the proposed agenda item implementation of decisions 1/CP.26, para 11, and 1/CMA.3, para 18 on adaptation finance. Further, I propose that the following items be held in abeyance. COP item 15, consideration of proposals from parties and amendments to the Convention under Article 15. Sub-item A, proposal from the Russian Federation to amend Article 4, paragraph 2F of the Convention. And sub-item B, proposal from Papua New Guinea and Mexico to amend Articles 7 and 18 of the Convention. COP Item 16, second review of the adequacy of Article 4, paragraph 2, A and B of the Convention. Dear delegates, with these understandings and with the immense gratitude for the flexibility shown by all parties to allow our important work to begin forthwith, I therefore propose that the supplementary provisional agenda as contained in document FCCC/CP/2022/1/add.2 be adopted. If there are no requests, Excellencies, delegates, if there are no requests, no objections, it is so decided. Distinguished delegates, regarding the agenda item for which informal consultations by the Presidency are required, I wish to inform that I will appoint senior members of my delegation to lead these informal consultations that I just outlined on my behalf, and I will keep parties informed on the progress of the consultations. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, allow me once again to express our appreciation to everyone who contributed to the smooth and rapid adoption of the agenda. Our success in launching our work without delay sends an important message of commitment to expeditiously commence our important and urgent work on all items of our agenda. I particularly welcome the agreement of the parties to include a new agenda item on funding arrangements to respond to loss and damage. This creates, for the first time, an institutionally stable space on the formal agenda of the COP and the Paris Agreement to discuss the pressing issue of funding arrangements needed to deal with existing gaps in responding to loss and damage. All parties contributed to forging this consensus around the agenda through their flexible and constructive engagement over nearly 48 hours of continuous consultations led by the Cop27 presidency, culminating a year of continuous work by the presidency. And at this juncture, it gives me pleasure to express our sincere appreciation to State Secretary Morgan of Germany and Minister Riojas of Chile for their tireless work in bringing parties together around this important issue. Inclusion of this agenda reflects a sense of solidarity and empathy with the suffering of the victims of climate-induced disasters. And to this end, we all owe a debt of gratitude to activists and civil society organizations who have persistently demanded a space to discuss funding for loss and damage, and thus provided the impetus needed to bring this matter forward. The conference is now invited to consider sub-item 2D of the agenda, election of officers other than the President. Anne Rasmussen, Vice President of the COP, has begun consultations on behalf of the COP26 President on the election of officers to bodies under the Convention, the Kyoto Protocol, and the Paris Agreement. Groups have not yet completed their consultations, and nominations are still pending. I would like to thank Vice President Anne for the work so far, and I propose that she continues the consultations to finalize the nominations. I propose to postpone the election of the other members of the COP27 Bureau until nominations are finalized, and to return to this item at the closing plenary of the COP to conduct the elections. In accordance with the established practice, confirmed nominees to the Bureau will be invited to attend meetings of the Bureau as observers during the conference until the elections have taken place. Parties will note that only 9 out of the 132 nominations expected have been received. Further, women currently comprise only 38% of the membership of the Convention, Kyoto Protocol, and Paris Agreement bodies. I urge parties to nominate men and women equally so that we can achieve the goal of gender balance. I urge parties to intensify efforts to conclude the remaining nominations so that these can be transmitted by the deadline of 8 p.m. on Saturday, 12th of November. If I hear no objections, it is so decided. The conference is now invited to consider sub-item 2E of the agenda, admission of organizations as observers. The conference has before it document FCCC/CP/2022/7, which includes a list of IGOs and NGOs that have expressed a wish to participate in our work at COP27. This list was the basis on which organizations were informed of their pre-admittance status to COP27 on the understanding that final authority to grant admission lies with the COP. In accordance with the recommendations of the Bureau on this matter, I invite the conference to admit as observers the organizations listed in document FCCC/CP/2022/7. Hearing no objection, it is so decided. Parties will recall that Cop25 requested the SBI to review the approach to admitting observer organizations and to provide any relevant guidance to the Secretariat. The COP may wish to note that the SBI 56 took note of the information provided by the Secretariat on the process of admission of observer organizations to the UNFCCC and provided no further guidance to the Secretariat. I now invite delegates to consider sub-item 2F of the agenda, organization of work, including the sessions of the subsidiary bodies. Today, the governing and subsidiary bodies will convene their opening plenaries and launch work under all agenda items. Upon completion of the opening plenaries of the SBSTA and SBI, the 5 bodies will reconvene in a joint plenary to hear statements from groups and observer organizations. Dear colleagues, let me outline how I would like to organize work in the COP. I propose that consideration of item 4, reporting from the review of parties including in Annex 1, be deferred to COP28. On the following items, the COP will take appropriate action on the basis of recommendations from the subsidiary bodies. Item 5, reporting from parties not included in Annex 1 to the Convention. Item 6, report of the Adoption Committee for 2022. Item 7, Warsaw International Mechanism for Loss and Damage associated with climate change impacts. Sub-item A and B of item 9, development and transfer of technologies. Item 10, capacity building under the Convention. Item 11, matters related to the least developed countries. Item 12, report of a forum on the impact of the implementation of response measures. Item 13, second periodic review of the long-term global goal under the Convention and of overall progress towards achieving it. Item 14, gender and climate change. Sub-item A and B of item 17, administrative, financial, and institutional matters. These items are already on the agendas of the respective subsidiary body, and that body may develop draft decisions or conclusions for consideration by the COP as appropriate. In addition, I propose to refer the following matters to the relevant subsidiary bodies. Under Agenda Item 6, report of the Adoption Committee for 2022, report of the Adaptation Committee for 2022. I propose to refer the review of the progress, effectiveness, and performance of the Adaptation Committee to the SBSTA and SBI elections of the members of the Adaptation Committee will be taken up at the conclusion of the COP. Under Agenda Item 14, Gender and Climate Change, I propose to refer the consideration of the annual report on gender composition and the synthesis report on progress in integrating a gender perspective in constituent body process to the subsidiary body. On Saturday, 12th of November, the SBSTA and the SBI will conclude their work. I look forward to receiving the results under the leadership of Mr. Mapani of the subsidiary body, under the leadership of Ms. Carlson. Upon closure, I will convene a stocktake meeting to assess the status of negotiations and to propose our way of working during the second week of the conference. Finally, please note that I plan to convene informal consultations at the level of heads of delegation on the overarching decisions of the conference for the COP, the CMP, and the CMA. The consultations, to be facilitated by senior representatives of the Presidency, will start in the first week and will be concluded in the second week of the session. I count on cooperation of all parties in the work on these decisions, which will be a notable part of the overall outcomes of our work here in Sharm el-Sheikh. Dear colleagues, tomorrow, Monday the 7th of November, will be honored by the presence of His Excellency Abdel Fattah el-Sisi, President of the Arab Republic of Egypt, His Excellency Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, and other heads of state and government and dignitaries for the opening ceremony of the Sharm el-Sheikh Climate Implementation Summit. This first part of the high-level segment will also take place during the summit on the afternoon of Monday the 7th and on Tuesday the 8th of November, where heads of state and government will deliver their national statements or statements on behalf of the UNFCCC negotiating groups. The high-level segment will then resume on Tuesday, 15th November, and Wednesday, the 16th of November, to continue hearing national statements from parties whose heads of state and government did not speak during the first part. On Wednesday, the 16th of November, upon conclusion of the national statements, we will hear statements from senior representatives of intergovernmental and non-governmental organizations. On Thursday, 17th of November, and Friday, the 18th of November, the COP will reconvene to consider the decisions and conclusions for adoptions. I hear no objections to what has been proposed. We will therefore proceed on this basis. It is so decided. I give the floor to the United Arab Emirates.
Thank you, Chair. Distinguished delegates, climate change is a global challenge that requires devotion and collaboration between countries, nations, and people. The UNFCCC and the Paris Agreement are our unique instruments of such international cooperation on jointly fighting climate change. For over 8 years and last 8 months, Ukraine is fighting another war. Ukraine is facing unprecedented, full-scale war launched by the terroristic state of Russia against Ukraine. This immoral war in the heart of Europe is the war against Ukraine nation, Ukraine people, Ukraine economy, and the very self of Ukrainian identity. This war already having irreversible consequences not only for Ukraine but also for the whole European continent and the world. Loss of life, destroyed cities, destroyed infrastructure, environmental and ecosystem destruction, nuclear aggression threats. These war crime actions of terroristic state of Russia are putting in danger the life itself. Illegal temporary occupation of Ukraine's territories also undermines the reliability of reporting data and all consequent UNFCCC reports. Ukraine continuously raising its concerns over reliability of reporting data under UNFCCC and stressed the need to address the robustness of reporting and transparency as a matter of crucial importance. On Cop27, agenda item 4, Ukraine welcomes the proposal by the chair to defer the consideration of the agenda item to the next session. This war is undermining the integrity of the Convention and Paris Agreement. This war is limiting our rights for sustainable development and the world's ability to address climate change challenges while undermining the basic principles of international cooperation. We will need to address it once the peace, the territorial integrity of Ukraine is restored. I thank you, Chair.
I thank the distinguished representative of Ukraine. I call on the representative of Belarus. May I ask the Secretariat to provide a microphone for the representative of Belarus? Does Belarus want to take the floor? It does not seem to be the case. Would any other delegation like to take the floor at this time? Since there seems to be none, I now invite the COP to consider Agenda Item 2G, dates and venues for future sessions. In accordance with the practice of rotation among regional groups, the Asia-Pacific states would host COP28. The Eastern European states would host COP29, and the Latin American and Caribbean states would host COP30. The Asian Pacific states have nominated the United Arab Emirates to host and serve as president of COP28. Early identification of a host country minimizes logistical and financial risks. I would therefore encourage the Eastern European states and the Latin American and Caribbean states to accelerate their consultations and propose a host for COP29 and COP30, respectively, at the earliest possible time. The COP is also invited to agree on the dates for the sessional periods in 2025 to be recommended by the subsidiary body. I propose that a senior member of my delegation conduct consultations on my behalf with the relevant regional groups with a view to proposing a draft decision on this matter for adoption by the COP. If I hear no objections, it's so decided. I now invite the conference to consider Agenda Item 7, Warsaw International Mechanisms for Loss and Damage Associated with Climate Change Impacts. The mechanism and its executive committee were established by the COP at its 19th session. The Paris Agreement, Article 8, Paragraph 2, provides that the mechanism shall be subject to the authority and guidance of the Conference of the Parties, serving as the meeting of the parties to the Paris Agreement. COP24, 25, and 26 were invited to consider the matter of COP authority over the guidance to the WIM, including its executive committee. COP26 noted that consideration related to the WIM governance will continue at COP27. On the matter of the governance of the WIM, I will appoint a senior member of my delegation to undertake consultations on the COP's authority over and guidance to the WIM. Hearing no objections, it is so decided. I would now invite the COP to consider Agenda Item 8, matters relating to finance, including sub-items A to F. Before I move to the agenda sub-items, I would like to draw your attention to document FCCC/CP/2022/1/add2, which includes the revised list of addenda to be considered under these agenda sub-items. For sub-item 8A, long-term climate finance, COP26 requested the Standing Committee on Finance to prepare a report in 2022 on progress towards achieving the goal of mobilizing jointly $100 billion per year to address the needs of developing countries in the context of meaningful mitigation actions and transparency on implementation, taking into account the Climate Finance Delivery Plan and other relevant reports. COP26 also requested the SCF to continue its work on definitions of climate finance and to undertake further work on mapping the available information relevant to Article 2, Paragraph 1C of the Paris Agreement, including its reference to Article 9 thereof. We would like to thank the co-chairs of the SCF, Mrs. Walensky from Austria, and Mr. Fakir from South Africa for leadership and work this year. The COP is invited to consider the report on the progress towards achieving the goal of mobilizing jointly $100 billion per year, work conducted on mapping information relevant to Article 2, Paragraph 1C of the Paris Agreement, and the input on definitions of climate finance. Report on progress towards achieving the goal of mobilizing jointly $100 billion per year to address the needs of developing countries in the context of meaningful mitigation action and transparency on implementation is available on the UNFCCC website. Regarding sub-item 8B, matters relating to the Standing Committee on Finance, COP26 requested the committee to organize the second part of the Standing Committee on Finance Forum on Finance for Nature-Based Solutions in 2022, and to report to COP27 on progress in implementing the SCF work plan for 2022. COP26 initiated but could not conclude consideration of the review of the functions of the SCF. Discussions will therefore continue at COP27. COP26 also requested the SCF to continue its work on definitions of climate finance and to undertake further work on mapping the available information relevant to Article 2, Paragraph 1C of the Paris Agreement, including its reference to Article 9 thereof. The COP is invited to consider a report of the SCF and to conduct the review of the functions of the committee. Regarding sub-item 8C, report of the Green Climate Fund to the Conference of the Parties and the guidance to the Green Climate Fund, the COP is invited to provide guidance to the GCF on policies, program priorities, and eligibility criteria, taking into account the annual report of the GCF. The draft guidance to the operating entities of the financial mechanism proposed by the co-facilitators to the Standing Committee on Finance and compilation and analysis of submissions received on the draft guidance outlined in the 2022 report of the SCF and the annual report on the operation of the NAMA registry. I would like to thank Mr. Donlier from France and Ramaru from South Africa for their leadership as co-chairs of the GCF board and the members of the board for their hard work. For sub-item 8D, report for the Global Environmental Facility to the Conference of the Parties and guidance to the Global Environmental Facility, the COP will be invited to provide guidance to the GEF on policy, program priorities, and eligibility criteria taking into consideration the annual report of the GEF, the draft guidance to the operating entities of the financial mechanism proposed by the co-facilitators, to the Standing Committee on Finance, and compilation and analysis of submissions received on the draft guidance outlined in the 2022 report of the SCF and the annual report on the operation of the NAMA registry. I would like to thank the chairperson of the GEF, Mr. Carlos Rodriguez, and the GEF Secretariat for the work undertaken by the GEF. For sub-item 8E, 7th review of the financial mechanism, the COP is invited to agree on the guidelines for the 7th review of the financial mechanism, taking into account the guidelines outlined in the annex to Decision 12/CP22. And you may recall our understanding to include as sub-item 8F, matters related to funding arrangements responding to loss and damage associated with the adverse effects of climate change, including a focus on addressing loss and damage. I would now like to outline the approach for considering this agenda item. For sub-item 8A, I propose that Gertrude Olinsky from Austria and Carlos Fuller from Belize co-chair the contact group established for the sub-item. For sub-item 8B, I propose that Janine Felsen from Belize and Dominique Malloy from the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland co-chair the contact group established for the sub-item. For sub-item 8C and D, I propose that Toru Sigyo from Japan and Richard Moyangi from Tanzania co-chair contact groups established for each sub-item. For sub-item 8E, I propose that Ricardo Marshall from Barbados and Kelly Sharp from Canada co-chair the contact group established for the sub-item. For sub-item 8F, I propose that Julio Coronado from Chile and Ursula Fuentes from Germany co-facilitate the informal consultations established for this sub-item. Hearing no objections to the previous, it is so decided. I would now invite the COP to consider Agenda Item 17, Administrative, Financial, and Institutional Matters, Sub-Item C, Decision-Making in the UNFCCC process. At COP26, parties were unable to conclude their consideration of this matter, and in accordance with the Rules 10C and 16 of the Draft Rules of Procedure being applied, this matter has been included in the provisional agenda for COP27. I propose to undertake informal consultations on sub-item 17C to be facilitated by a senior member of my delegation. Since I hear no objections, it is so decided. Delegates, this brings us to the end of the first meeting of the COP. I would now like to adjourn this meeting and open the CMP. We will meet later today after the opening plenaries of the subsidiary bodies for the joint plenary of the governing and subsidiary bodies to hear statements from groups of parties and observers. If there are no objections, this meeting of the COP is now adjourned. Distinguished delegates, I now declare open the 17th session of the Conference of the Parties, serving as the meeting of the parties to the Kyoto Protocol. The meeting is now convened. We will now proceed with our work under Agenda Item 2, Organizational Matters. I invite the Conference to consider Sub-Item 2A of the Provisional Agenda, Adoption of the Agenda. I propose that the agenda be adopted as contained in document FCCC/KP/CMP/2022/1. Hearing no objections, it is so decided. Since there are no parties who have wished to take the floor, Excellencies, delegates, let me proceed with our work. Distinguished delegates, I now invite the Conference to consider Sub-Item 2C, Organization of Work, including for the sessions of the subsidiary bodies. I would like to propose that the CMP defers to its 18th session the consideration of Sub-Item A and B of Item 4, reporting from the review of parties included in Annex 1, National Communications, and annual compilations and accounting report for the second commitment period for Annex B parties under the Kyoto Protocol from 2019, 2020, 2021, and 2022. On the following items, the CMP will take appropriate action on the basis of recommendations from the subsidiary bodies. Sub-item B of item 7, matters related to the Adaptation Fund, fourth review of the Adaptation Fund. Item 8, capacity building under the Kyoto Protocol. Item 9, report of the Forum on the impact of the implementation of response measures. Item 12, administrative, financial, and institutional matters. These items can be considered under existing items on the agendas of the respective subsidiary body, and that body may develop draft decisions or conclusions for consideration by the CMP as appropriate. On sub-agenda item 4C, date of completion of the expert review process under Article 8 of the Kyoto Protocol for the second commitment period, you may recall that CMP 16 had referred this matter to the subsidiary body, and at its 56th session, the subsidiary body concluded its work and recommended a draft CMP decision. The CMP will consider this draft for adoption at its first closing plenary. During the COP plenary, I presented proposals for the organization of work. As all parties to the protocol are also parties to the convention, I propose that the CMP follows the same approach as the COP. The content of the overarching CMP decision, Decision 1/CMP 17, will be addressed in the same informal consultations as those for Decision 1/CP 27. During the second week of the conference, I will reconvene the CMP to consider the decisions and conclusions for adoptions. Hearing no objections, it is so decided. I now invite I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Ukraine.
Thank you, Chair. Distinguished delegates. Climate change is a global challenge that requires devotion and collaboration between countries, nations, and people. The UNFCCC process is our unique instrument of such international cooperation on jointly fighting climate change. For over 8 years and last 8 months, Ukraine is fighting another war. Ukraine is facing unprecedented full-scale war launched by the terroristic state of Russia against Ukraine. This immoral war in the heart of Europe is the war against the Ukrainian nation, Ukrainian people, Ukrainian economy, and the very self of Ukrainian identity. This war already having irreversible consequences not only for Ukraine but also for the whole Europe and the world. Illegal temporary occupation of Ukrainian territories also undermines the reliability of reporting data and all consequent UNFCCC reports. Ukraine reiterates its raising concerns over reliability of reporting data under UNFCCC and stresses the need to address the robustness as a matter of crucial importance. On CMP agenda item 4, sub-items A and B, Ukraine welcomes the proposal by the Chair to defer its consideration to the next session. I thank you, Chair.
I thank the distinguished representative of Ukraine. If no other delegations wish to take the floor, I now invite the CMP to consider agenda item 5, matters related to the Clean Development Mechanism. Parties may wish to refer to the annual report of the CDM Executive Board as contained in document FCCC/KP/CMP/2002/7. Since the publication of the annual report, the Executive Board met in Sharm El-Sheikh last week, and the meeting report is available on the CDM web pages of the UNFCCC website. I would like to thank the Chair of the Executive Board of the CDM for 2022, Omar Alok of Jamaica, for his leadership, and the members and alternate members of the board for their hard work. I propose to establish a contact group to consider this item, to be co-chaired by Kazuhisa Katasu from Japan and Alec Muvadika from Zambia. If there are no objections, it is so decided. Election of members and alternative members of the CDM Executive Board will be conducted during the closing CMP plenary. I now invite the CMP to consider Agenda Item 6, matters related to joint implementation. The CMP is invited to consider the annual report of the Joint Implementation Supervisory Committee contained in document FCCC/KP/CMP/2022/6. I would like to thank the Chair of the Joint Implementation Supervisory Committee for 2022, Jacob Lenz from Austria, for his leadership, and the members of the alternate members of the GISC for their hard work. Dear colleagues, I would propose that the CMP takes note of the annual report of the GISC. I would also propose that the CMP express its appreciation to the GISC for its prudent management of resources during the year. I will take up the Joint Implementation Supervisory Committee's recommendations on the discontinuation of its activities under presidency consultations. If there are no objections, it is so decided. Elections of members and alternative members of the GISC may be conducted during the closing CMP plenary. I now invite the CMP to consider Agenda Item 7A, matters relating to the Adaptation Fund, report of the Adaptation Fund Board. Parties may wish to refer to the annual report of the Adaptation Fund Board contained in document FCCC/KP/CMP/2022/4 FCCC/PA/CMA/2022/3 and its addendum. I would like to thank the Chair of the Adaptation Fund Board, Albert Tawfiq from Saudi Arabia, and the members of the alternate members of the board for their hard work. I propose to establish a contact group to consider this item, be co-chaired by Eva Schroeder from the Netherlands and Diane Blackline from Antigua and Barbados. Hearing no objections, I give the floor to the DRC.
Merci, Monsieur le Président de la COP. D'abord, pour votre élection, je vous félicite sincèrement, ainsi que le gouvernement de la République arabe d'Égypte pour l'organisation parfaite de cette COP27. Et aussi, je ne cesserai de réitérer au nom du gouvernement de la République démocratique du Congo nos remerciements pour avoir accepté que notre pays abrite donc l'après-COP 27. Ici, je voudrais intervenir sur le point 7 des CMP s'agissant du fonds d'adaptation. Comme vous le savez, Monsieur le Président, tout le travail que nous sommes en train de faire face aux enjeux du climat, face au réchauffement climatique, le plus important, c'est de mettre la finance verte en faveur des pays en voie de développement que nous sommes, et surtout nous ne sommes pas que victimes, nous sommes les pays qui contribuent à la lutte contre le changement climatique. Le fonds d'adaptation ne pouvait plus être à ce stade comme un discours. Je félicite le président du fonds d'adaptation en passant par rapport à tous les dialogues, à tous les contacts qu'ils sont en train de faire auprès des pays industrialisés, mais nous aimerons au sortir de la COP 27 que nous ayons des éléments concrets et fiables avec des indicateurs objectivement vérifiables pour dire voici ce qu'a été le fonds d'adaptation avant la COP 27 et à la clôture de la COP 27, voici ce qui constitue le fonds d'adaptation et comment nous devons y agir. Et en tant que membres des pays les moins avancés, nous souhaiterons qu'il y ait un distinguo clair entre le fonds d'adaptation et les fonds concernant les pertes et dommages que nous considérons comme une urgence que nous avons sous la main, et le fonds d'adaptation constitue un programme à court, à moyen et long terme pour que nos différents pays s'adaptent à la nouvelle donne du climat. Il n'est plus question d'aller au discours, vous l'avez dit aujourd'hui, nous voulons quelque chose de concret. Et je termine par dire qu'au niveau du fonds d'adaptation, nous avons besoin que cela soit orienté aussi dans les recherches scientifiques pour que les chercheurs nous donnent avec des éléments précis les niveaux, les degrés de pertes et dommages que nous avons suivis dans nos pays, et aussi la capacité que nous avons avec nos forêts, nos ressources en eau, nos minéraux stratégiques qui aident à atteindre l'objectif d'atténuer la température planétaire à 1,5 degré Celsius, de sorte que les scientifiques nous donnent ces données fiables et que nous puissions quitter l'aide au développement en matière de fonds climat pour aller dans un partenariat gagnant-gagnant. Il est exclu que les pays industrialisés commencent à nous donner des dons jusqu'à présent, alors qu'ils ont besoin de nous. Ils sont eux-mêmes responsables de 80% des pollutions dans le monde, et nous leur donnons la réponse, mais en échange, on nous amène des dons. Voilà, Monsieur le Président, le petit mot que je vous souhaiterais dire au niveau du point 7 concernant le point d'adaptation. Je vous remercie.
I thank the distinguished representative of the DRC, and I take this opportunity to thank the DRC for having hosted the pre-COP, which has certainly contributed to the smooth work that we are now undertaking. I see no other delegations which wish to take the floor at this time. We turn to election of members and alternative members of the Adaptation Fund Board. Will be conducted during the closing CMP plenary. The first contact group on this item will be held today at 17:30 in MR16. Please check the CCTV and the daily program for the latest information. And now I invite the CMP to consider Agenda Item 10, Report of the Compliance Committee. Parties may wish to refer to the report of the Compliance Committee contained in document FCCP/KP/CMP/2022/2. I would like to thank the chairpersons of the committee, Koniko Shimada, Paulette Baino, Lisa Benjamin, and Carolina Antonena for their leadership, and the members and alternative members for their hard work. I propose to convene the informal consultations to consider this item to be facilitated by Ms. Konzanga from Bhutan. There are no objections. It is so decided. I would like to thank the facilitators for accepting this role. Please consult the CCTV and daily program for confirmation and details on the room number. I now invite the CMP to consider Agenda Item 11, Report on the High-Level Ministerial Roundtable on Increased Ambition of Kyoto Protocol Commitments. Consultations during CMP 16 on this matter revealed that views remain divergent on whether further work is needed under this agenda item. I propose to undertake consultations to be facilitated by Mr. Amr Osama Abdelaziz of my delegation. Hearing no objections, it is so decided. Delegations, distinguished delegates, this brings us to the end of our first meeting of the CMP. I would now like to adjourn this meeting and open the CMA. We will meet later today after the opening plenaries of the subsidiary bodies for the joint plenary meeting of the governing and subsidiary bodies to hear statements from groups of parties and observers. The meeting of the CMP is now adjourned. Distinguished delegates, I now declare open the fourth session of the Conference of the Parties, serving as the meeting of the parties to the Paris Agreement. The meeting is thereby open. We will now proceed with our work under Agenda Item 2, Organizational Matters. I invite the conference to consider Sub-Item 2A of the Provisional Agenda, Adoption of the Agenda. I invite parties to turn to document FCCC/PA/CMA/2022/1/Add4, which contains the supplementary provisional agenda. With the understandings that I previously outlined in the first plenary meeting of the COP, I propose that the supplementary provisional agenda as contained in document FCCC/PA/CMA/2022/1/Add4 be adopted. Being no objections, it is so decided. Proceeding with our work, I now invite the conference to consider Sub-Item 2C, Organization of Work, including the sessions of the subsidiary bodies. On the following items, the CMA will take appropriate action on the basis of recommendations from the relevant subsidiary body. Item 4, matters relating to the work program for urgently scaling up mitigation ambition and implementation, referred to in paragraph 27 of Decision 1/CMA3. Sub-Item B of Item 5, reporting and review pursuant to Article 13 of the Paris Agreement, options for conducting reviews on a voluntary basis of the information reported pursuant to Chapter 4 of the Annex to Decision 18/CMA1, and respective training courses needed to facilitate these voluntary reviews. Sub-Item A of Item 6, matters relating to adaptation report of the Adaptation Committee. Sub-Item C of Item 6, matters relating to adaptation, Glasgow Sharm El-Sheikh work program on the Global Goal on Adaptation, referred to in Decision 7/CMA3. Item 7, Warsaw International Mechanism for Loss and Damage associated with climate change impacts. Sub-items A and B of Item 9, Development and Transfer of Technologies and Implementation of the Technology Mechanism. Item 10, Capacity Building under the Paris Agreement. Item 11, Matters related to the least developed countries. Item 12, Report of the Forum on the Impact of Implementation of Response Measures. Item 13, Guidance on Cooperative Approaches, referred to in Article 6, Paragraph 2 of the Paris Agreement. Item 15, Work Program under the Framework for Non-Market Approaches, referred to in Article 6, Paragraph 8 of the Paris Agreement. Sub-item A and B of Item 17, Administrative, Financial, and Institutional Matters. These items are already on the agendas of the respective subsidiary body, and that body may develop draft decisions or conclusions for consideration by the CMA as appropriate. In addition, I propose to refer the following matters to the relevant subsidiary body. Under Agenda Item 5, Reporting and Review pursuant to Article 13 of the Paris Agreement, I propose to refer the consideration of Sub-Item 5A, Provision of Financial and Technical Support to Developing Countries, Parties for Reporting and Capacity Building, to the subsidiary body. Under Item 6, Matters relating to adaptation, I propose to refer the consideration of Sub-Item B, Review of Progress, Effectiveness, and Performance of the Adaptation Committee, to the SAPSTA and the SBI. During the COP plenary, I presented proposals for the organization of work. As all parties to the agreement are also parties to the convention, I propose that the CMA follows the same approach as the COP. The content of the overarching CMA decision 1/CMA4, will be addressed in the same informal consultations as those for Decision 1/CP27. Distinguished delegates, I would like to take this opportunity to draw parties' attentions to documents FCCC/PA/CMA/2022/4 and FCCC/PA/CMA/2022/8. These synthesis reports respond to the requests in paragraph 30 of Decision 1/CMA3, where the Secretariat was requested to annually update the synthesis reports on nationally determined contributions under the Paris Agreement, referred to in Decision 1/CMA2, paragraph 10, to be made available to the CMA at each of its sessions, as well as paragraph 34 of the same decision, 1/CMA3, where the Secretariat was requested to prepare a synthesis report on long-term low greenhouse gas emission development strategies referred to in Article 4, paragraph 19 of the Paris Agreement, to be made available at CMA4. The synthesis reports, which are available on the UNFCCC website, provide an overview of where parties stand in terms of the ambition and actions outlined in their nationally determined contributions and long-term low greenhouse gas emission development strategies, and they can serve as useful inputs to your deliberations here in Sharm el-Sheikh. Both reports highlight the urgent need for immediate and scaled-up implementation of climate action. During the second week of the conference, we will reconvene the CMA to consider the decisions and conclusions for adoption. Since there are no objections, we will proceed on this basis. It is so decided. I now invite the CMA to consider Agenda Item 8, matters relating to finance, including Sub-Item A to F. Before I move to the agenda sub-items, I would like to draw your attention to document FCCC/PA/CMA/2022/1 Add 4, which includes the revised list of addendas to be considered under these agenda sub-items. I would like to introduce all the sub-items, and then I will outline the overall approach in dealing with this agenda item. Regarding sub-item 8A, matters relating to the Standing Committee on Finance, the CMA is invited to consider the 2022 report of the SCF as contained in document FCCC/CP/2022/8, FCCC/PA/CMA/2022/7, the synthesis of views regarding way to achieve Article 2, paragraph 1C of the Paris Agreement, the input on definitions of climate finance and other outcomes of the SCF's work, and to take any action it deems appropriate. The CMA is also invited to continue its consideration of the review of the functions of the SCF as part of the review referred to in Decision 11/CP25. Regarding sub-item 8B, guidance to the Green Climate Fund, the CMA is invited to provide guidance to the GCF on policies, program priorities, and eligibility criteria related to the Paris Agreement for transmission by the COP. Regarding sub-item 8C, guidance to the Global Environmental Facility, the CMA is invited to provide guidance to the GEF on policy, program priorities, and eligibility criteria related to the Paris Agreement for transmission to the COP. Regarding sub-item 8D, matters related to Adaptation Fund, the CMA is invited to take any action it deems appropriate on matters relating to the Adaptation Fund and considering the outcomes of the fourth review of the Adaptation Fund as referred in Decision 4/CMP 16, paragraph 7. Regarding sub-item 8E, new collective qualified goal on climate finance, the CMA is invited to take stock of the progress made and providing further guidance on the ad hoc work program, taking into consideration the annual report of the co-chairs of the ad hoc working program and the summary of the deliberations at the high-level ministerial dialogue taking place on 9 I would like to thank Federica Fercano from Italy and Kishan Kamar Singh from Trinidad and Tobago for their leadership as co-chairs of the ad hoc work program and for their work conducted over the year. Regarding sub-item 8F, matters relating to funding arrangements responding to loss and damage associated with the adverse effects of climate change, including a focus on addressing loss and damage. The CMA is invited to initiate its consideration of this matter. I would now like to outline the approach for considering these agenda sub-items. Consideration of sub-item 8A will be undertaken in the contact group established for COP agenda sub-item 8A, co-chaired by Dominic Molloy from the United Kingdom and Janine Felsen from Belize. Consideration of sub-item 8B and C will be undertaken by the contact group established from the COP agenda sub-item 8B and C and co-chaired by Tru Sigyo from Japan and Richard Mayoguni from Tanzania. Consideration of sub-item 8D will be undertaken in the contact group established for the CMP agenda item 7A, co-chaired by Diane Blake Lynn from Antigua and Barbuda, and Eva Schroeder from the Netherlands. For sub-item 8E, I propose that George Borsting from Norway and Zahir Fakir from South Africa co-chair the contact group established for the sub-item. Consideration of sub-item 8F will be undertaken in the contact group established for the COP agenda item 8F, co-chaired by Julio Cordano from Chile and Ursula Fuentes from Germany. I hear no objections to the above. It is so decided. The first contact group for sub-item 8D will be held today at 17:45 in MR16. Please check the CCTV and daily program for the latest schedule. I now invite the conference to consider item 14, rules, modalities, and procedures for the mechanisms established by Article 6, paragraph 4 of the Paris Agreement. The CMA is invited to consider the annual report of the subsidiary body for the mechanism established by Article 6, paragraph 4 of the Paris Agreement as contained in document FCCC/PA/CMA/2022/6. Since the publication of the annual report, the supervisory body met here in Sharm El-Sheikh and worked late into last night with the aim of completing work mandated for the CMA4. That work is captured in the addendum to the annual report and will be published and distributed to parties in due course. I would like to thank the Chair and Vice Chair of the Supervisory Body for 2022, Christine Khay and Piotr Dombrovnik for their leadership, and the members and alternative members of the body for their hard work. In addition, under this agenda item, the CMA will consider the SBSTA conclusions related to the Article 6, paragraph 4 of the Paris Agreement once concluded this week. To conduct this work, contact group to be co-chaired by Kate Hancock from Australia and Sonam Chai from Bhutan is proposed to be established. Since I hear no objections, it is so decided. I now invite the CMA to consider agenda item 16, report of the committee to facilitate implementation and promote compliance referred to in Article 15, paragraph 2 of the Paris Agreement. Parties may wish to refer to the report of the Paris Agreement Implementation and Compliance Committee contained in document FCCC/PA/CMA/2022/2. I would like to thank Christine Viog and Hasib Gohar, co-chairs of the committee, for their leadership, as well as the members and alternate members for their hard work. I propose to establish a contact group to consider this item to be co-chaired by Kunzang from Bhutan and Aaron Reidel from Germany. Since I hear no objections, it is so decided. I would like to thank the co-chairs for accepting this role. I invite parties to refer to the daily program and CCTV for information on the time and location of the first meeting of the contact group. Election of members and alternative members of the committee will be conducted during the closing CMA plenary. Delegates, this brings us to the end of our first meeting of the CMA. We will meet later today after the opening plenaries of the subsidiary bodies for the joint plenary of the governing and subsidiary bodies to hear statements from groups of parties and observers. This meeting, I give the floor to Ireland. Does Ireland wish to take the floor, or is it merely a technical glitch? It might appear to have been a technical glitch. Since there are no parties which wish to take to the floor at this time, I declare the meeting of the CMA is now adjourned. As a point of information, please note that the SAPSTA will open at 3 p.m. in this room for all of those who will be in attendance. I thank you.
might just win. Bah oui, il n'y a pas de culot. Thank you.
Allez, Nina, après c'est bon. Ok. Voilà. Merci.
C'est bon? C'est bon? Fais comme ça. Ma gavato. C'est bon? Je vais repasser. ممكن بالعرض It's okay.
with far, I can see that there are areas of common ground. The delegations, parties now need to decide on how much of that political influence, how much of that politics influences the technical progress that we need to make. I'm certainly excited to have taken on this role a few weeks ago, and as said in my speech, I have a vision of where collectively we need to go together. The depth and the knowledge and the skills within the UNFCCC is absolutely incredible, and it is an honor to be part of that team. So as we pivot towards implementation, we will be supporting parties to come with as much ambition as possible across all of the negotiating tracks. So over the next couple of days, proceedings will focus on the Climate Implementation Summit, a high-level segment with statements, roundtables, and side events with the participation of heads of states or governments, and I believe we're at 110 heads of state who will be present over the next couple of days. The high-level Champions in the Marrakesh Partnership Program will also get underway tomorrow, fostering collaboration from the whole of society to deliver greenhouse gas emission reductions and help ensure a just transition to a net zero economy and a sustainable future. I will be insisting over the coming weeks and beyond on the need for greater ambition and urgent action to avert the climate crisis from all actors, all sectors, all regions, all nations. And as I said in my speech, from everybody, everywhere, every day, doing everything possible. As recent reports have shown, emissions are not coming down at the required speed or scale. Mitigation needs to be increased to keep the 1.5 degree limit and to ensure that we have a safer world. Resilience is not growing in a way that protects societies from the growing impacts of climate change. Adaptation must therefore be further enhanced to prevent ever-growing loss and suffering. The issue of loss and damage needs to be credibly addressed, and the time has come for us to do so. All countries, especially the most vulnerable and least developed, must receive the support they need to achieve their climate goals. So finance is, as ever, a critical issue in order to meet the magnitude of the crisis that is faced. And then finally, transparency and accountability. These must be strengthened to consolidate trust and collaboration and to improve the monitoring of climate action. So with the leadership of the incoming presidency, the support of all presiding officers, the goodwill of parties, and in full knowledge of our responsibility to this generation and those to come, I look forward to an intense, productive, but ultimately successful outcome. I thank you, and I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Executive Secretary. We now take questions from the floor. Could you please introduce yourself and your media organization? And you would need to wait for the microphone because we are also streamed on social media and on the internet. Let me start in the first row, the gentleman with the blue shirt. The microphone is coming.
Yes, Seth Borenstein, the Associated Press. Thank you for doing this. For Secretary Stiell, looking at the, can you shed some light on the inner goings on the agenda item for loss and damage? That what caused you, what brought along an agreement on that, on the agenda item, and can you tell us, does this give you more hope for some outcome in general, just are you seeing more light at the end of this tunnel for that issue because of the adoption of this, this agenda item?
Okay, thank you, Seth. There's always light at the end of the tunnel. There has to be. When we look at where we were a few weeks ago, where the discussion was whether or not loss and damage would even be on the agenda, and the fact that it has been adopted as an agenda item demonstrates progress and parties taking a mature and constructive attitude towards this. This is a difficult subject area. It's been floating for 30 plus years, so that the fact that it is there as a substantive agenda item, I believe bodes well. What I would encourage and what I would hope is that parties continue in that spirit of finding common areas to agree on, to start outlining what the process, the way forward for loss and damage can be in a time-bound manner. So I'm certainly encouraged by what I've seen, what we have seen over these past few days. What will be most telling is how those discussions progress in the substantive discussion over the next couple of weeks.
The lady here in the first row in black and white.
Thank you. My name is Suzy El-Ghenedi, Deputy Chief Editor of Al-Ahram Al-Arabi magazine, and my question is for Minister Sameh Shoukry concerning Egypt have succeeded in this Cop27 than other Cops that failed in putting loss and damage on the agenda. But what is the mechanism, financing mechanism for this? Will it be like the $100 billion that ever haven't been reached, or there is another mechanism so that we can reach it? Thank you very much.
Well, we definitely regard this as a success for the parties, a success for the process. It is the culmination of a long process of consultations, specifically during this last year, that has culminated in very intensive consultations over the last 48 hours. That has shown, as the Executive Secretary has mentioned, a degree of maturity, a degree of willingness to compromise, and a recognition of the importance to a vast number, if not the majority, of the international community of addressing this issue. I think it would be highly unproductive to speculate on what the substantive content of the negotiating process will lead to, but certainly everybody is hopeful. First of all, the determination of a time frame to conclude, and is hopeful that the political will that has been demonstrated currently and that has led us to the inclusion of the item will continue in the coming negotiating process to lead us to a conclusion that is satisfactory, that takes into consideration the interests of all the parties. Again, anything that we do effectively has to be on the basis of our common efforts, and that we leave no one behind. This is the principles that will lead to our success, and this is what we as presidents will strive to achieve.
The lady in the second row, white shirt, on this side.
Hello, Hannah Thomas-Peter from Sky News. This is a question for both Mr. Shoukry and Mr. Stiell. What are your greatest fears for the year ahead, given the warnings that the world is not on track to reduce its emissions adequately?
I think, as everybody recognizes, the current geopolitical situation, the consequences in terms of the global economic crisis has put quite a burden on the process of meeting the challenges related to climate change and fulfilling the commitments that have been made. And what I would advocate is that we should not allow for the circumstances that we face today And in comparison to climate change, to the future of the globe, they are transitional. They are of today. While climate change and its impact is existential, and thereby we should not detract from our ability to move forward, to undertake our commitments, to raise the level of our ambition, to meet that challenge, and not to in any way take advantage or refer to the current circumstances as justification, to take the easy road of backtracking supposedly on the premise that there are other priorities. This is the main priority for the globe, for the citizens of the world, those who have been affected. And we've seen only this year the degree of the effect on people, whether in Pakistan, in the millions who have been displaced, who have lost their lives, in the fires that and the heat waves of Europe and the United States and their consequences on material loss. All of this must maintain the focus on what we have committed to and raise our ambitions and reach our targets of zero emissions, but also deal effectively with adaptation. If adaptation is not met sufficiently, if the issue of finance is not fulfilled to enable especially developing nations to undertake both adaptation and mitigation processes, then we will lag behind. There is no room to lag behind. There is no room except to move forward if we are to maintain our objectives.
I think President Shoukry has outlined this very, very well. The fear is other priorities take precedence. And when we look at the crises that surround us, all are important. But there is no one single crisis as critical, as impactful as climate change. Wars will end. Inflation, cost of living, energy crisis, these will come to an end. But what we are seeing, what the science is telling us, and what we're seeing in all of our communities, all around the world, climate change is ever present and will only get worse. So the need to focus, refocus, and that's what this COP gives us an opportunity to do, on what needs to be done, because we know what needs to be done, we know how it needs to be done, and we know who needs to do it. So the need to build momentum and to keep moving forward should be at the heart of everything that is not just discussed here in Sharm El-Sheikh, but the actions taken and those that continue. And again, just building on that fear is that we lose another day, another week, another month, another year, because we can't. And that backsliding, however justified, those parties need to double down and catch up and move forward, because we are not where we need to be.
The lady in the first row in white shirt.
Hello, my name is, sorry, I have a bit of a cold, Anne-Marie. I'm with the Africa Report. My question is a bit twofold, and it's for both Secretary Stiell and President Shoukry. It's the fact that the losses and damages was discussed even up until early this morning, so there was a bit of a pushback to it. And I wanted to know, first of all, what were some reasons, main reasons for the reluctance on the parts of others to accept it into the agenda? And secondly, now that it is in the agenda, what main points need to be touched on for it to actually be deemed successful in this COP?
Well, I think this is not a new issue. This is an issue, as the Executive Secretary has mentioned, that's been with us for a substantial number of years. And there have been reservations aired as to the extent and the responsibilities that might be entailed from the addition in an official manner of this item on the agenda. But we have sensed over this year specifically a change in the positions of delegations that had reservations. I think this has come about because of the momentum that has been created since Paris, since Glasgow, and the need to maintain that momentum and the recognition that that can only be done if there is a sense of equity and confidence and trust among all the parties, that all of their interests are being justifiably considered in an equitable manner. So we, I think, can go beyond whatever reservations existed and move forward again and look at the positive development in the inclusion on the agenda, and that this does open the door for a more in-depth, more transparent consultation and negotiation process where the landing zone for whatever conclusions we will have to arrive at through consensus, through building bridges, through accommodations, through flexibility. This is how we can achieve our goals, and it is again the communal nature of what we are endeavoring to do that has to be at the forefront.
Thank you. I would focus, I wouldn't read too much into that right now. What is clear is the space has been created for the discussion. This is about building trust between parties, the fact that parties can come together and resolve whatever issues there were with regard to the agenda item. As I said at the beginning, is a very positive and constructive sign. The real test will be the quality of the discussion that takes place now over the next 2 weeks, and judgment will be based on the quality of the outcomes. This is a complex issue, very complex, but it's also a critical issue. The two things that the agenda item asks for, it's about addressing, specifically addressing loss and damage, and then the funding arrangements around it. So the space is there, the parties are engaged. Let's monitor over the course of the next 2 weeks where we go with this.
The gentleman here on this side in the 4th row.
Thank you. Leo Hickman from Carbon Brief. It's a question about the world's two largest emitters, the US and China. What do you need those two parties specifically to bring to these negotiations to help the most vulnerable and the least responsible for climate change? Thank you.
I would suggest we look at all major emitters. It's what do all parties need to bring to the table, and it's clear in terms of national NDCs what they need to do, how far those parties, all parties, need to lean forward. We know where the majority of emissions are generated, and that is within the group of 20, generating 80% of emissions there. Also contributing to 85% of global GDP. So the wealth, the technology, the means to address what needs to be done resides there. It's important that parties cooperate, and again, the space that's created within this this COP process provides party with that opportunity. But where there isn't collaboration in terms of national obligations, all parties know what they need to do and when they need to do it.
The gentleman here, 2nd row.
محمد يوسف، الإذاعة المصرية. سؤالي لمعالي الوزير سامح شكري وزير الخارجية المصري رئيس المؤتمر. حسنا فعلت مصر حينما تقدمت بطلب نيابة عن القارة الأفريقية لاستضافة كوب 27. الجميع يعلم أن الحكومة المصرية تبذل جهودا كبيرة في سبيل تخفيف الضغط الخاص بالتغيرات المناخية عن القارة الأفريقية، في ظل تأكيد القاهرة الدائم أن القارة الأفريقية هي الأكثر تضرراً من تأثير وتداعيات التغيرات المناخية، في ظل أيضاً أن القارة هي الأقل في الانبعاثات الغازية. السؤال الآن معالي الوزير، ما هو نصيب القارة الأفريقية في كوب 27 من حيث الدعم الخاص بالتمويل أو دعم التكنولوجيا أو التحول إلى المشروعات الخضراء الخاصة بكوب 27؟
كما تفضلت بالتأكيد أنه دول القارة الأفريقية الأطراف من الدول التي تعاني وتأثرت بالتغيرات المناخية إلى حد كبير، ولن تسهم في هذه المشكلة، وإنما تعمل في نفس الوقت وأبدت الاستعداد للاطلاع بمسؤوليتها في مواجهة التطورات السلبية المرتبطة بتغير المناخ، ولكن هي تحتاج أيضا إلى الدعم في إطار قدرتها على التكيف، وأيضا اطلاعها بمسؤوليتها فيما يتعلق بالتخفيف. تأكيد أنه قضية التمويل هي قضية هامة، قضية الانتقال العادل إلى الطاقة الجديدة والمتجددة حتى تستطيع الدول الأفريقية أن تستمر على مسارها نحو التنمية المستدامة، نحو رفع مواطنيها من خط الفقر، والعمل على استمرار المساهمة الإيجابية في الجهود الدولية. والدول الأفريقية هي طرف أصيل في العملية التفاوضية، لها الاهتمامات بكل القضايا المطروحة على جدول الأعمال، وتسعى بأن تكون المشاورات والمفاوضات الحالية داعمة لإمكانية اطلاعها بمسؤولياتها ومهامها، وأن يتيح المؤتمر بصفة عامة والفعاليات المرتبطة به والمبادرات التي سوف تطلق خلاله، ومشاركة القطاع الخاص وقطاع الأعمال ومنظمات التمويل الدولية والمجتمع المدني في طرح الحلول في الاستعداد لنقل التكنولوجيا التي تتيح للدول الأفريقية والدول النامية بصفة عامة تعزيز قدراتها على التعامل مع قضايا تغير المناخ، سواء فيما يتعلق بالتخفيف أو التكيف، واستمرار الإسهام الإيجابي في المفاوضات فيما بين الأطراف.
So we have time for one more question. The lady here in the second row.
Thank you. Thanks for doing this. Secretary Stiell, you mentioned the group of G20 countries. There's a number of leaders from the G20 that are going to be absent from the implementation summit. I believe the leaders of China and India, but also Australia and Canada, will not be attending the implementation summit. Some have justified their absence by the fact that this is not a decision COP, quotes. How important is it for leaders to continue to be engaged in this process as we move towards implementation? And how important is it for leaders to keep coming back to these meetings year after year as we shift from target setting to implementation?
Could you please introduce yourself?
Hello. So I'm Chloe Fran from Climate Home News.
Hi, Chloe. It would be wonderful if we had every leader of every party represented at every COP. This COP, we have 110 leaders here. That is a very positive and good signal. Leadership is absolutely critical, whether it is at a domestic level, and the first measure is our leaders showing the path in terms of their own domestic agendas in meeting the Paris Agreement. And then opportunities such as this, which is to get them all together so we can focus on how they can collaborate, share experiences, and consider the challenges still faced, which will be done over the next couple of days with the round tables, the leaders' round tables. The presidency has created a very rich and innovative series of sessions where leaders will be discussing and sharing their thoughts on all of the critical elements that are central to climate action. And the representation around those tables, we're confident, will generate some very powerful insights, and from this, further direction to the process, which will shine the way for the remainder of the 2 weeks and provide some political direction to the negotiations that are about to take place. So in terms of the representation, we always want more, but I believe there is sufficient right now for us to have a very productive outcome.
Thank you very much, Shukran. Thank you very much for coming. Please watch out for the next press conferences. Let me just give you the numbers of today, this morning. So we have registered today 26,965 government representatives, we call them party members, 13,888 observers, and 3,321 media representatives, in total 44,174. Thank you very much.
May I just add, as a word of welcome to all of those numbers that have been indicated. And I think those numbers in themselves are recognizably the span of attention that is increasing from COP to COP, the importance that is attached to this endeavor. And all are welcomed, whether delegates, civil society, NGOs, private sector. All of the stakeholders are fundamental, are essential for us to achieve progress. And we are happy to receive them in Sharm El-Sheikh and hope that the environment that we have and the environment that we have created will be conducive to a very productive outcome, which is satisfactory to the constituents. Those constituents are the men and women, children, who we all seek to undertake this responsibility on their behalf and for their futures. Thank you.
Test mic, test. Test mic.
Good afternoon and welcome to this World Meteorological Organization press conference. Be careful. So WMO is releasing today the provisional state of the global climate 2022 report, and it shows that the past 8 years are on track to be among the 8 warmest on record. Today we have with us Professor Petri Talas, Secretary General of the World Meteorological Organization, who will be presenting the context and the findings of this report, and Omar Badour, the head of the Climate Monitoring Division at WMO, who will be taking questions. But to begin with, I'm honored to give the floor to UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres.
A distress signal. The latest state of the Global Climate Report is a chronicle of climate chaos. As the World Meteorological Organization saw so clearly, change is happening with catastrophic speed, devastating lives and livelihoods on every continent. The last 8 years have been the warmest on record, making every heat wave more intense and life-threatening, especially for vulnerable populations. Sea levels are rising at twice the speed of the 90s, posing an existential threat for low-lying island states and threatening billions of people in coastal regions. Glacier melt records are themselves melting away, jeopardizing water security for whole continents. People and communities everywhere must be protected from the immediate and ever-growing risks of the climate emergency. That is why we are pushing so hard for universal early warning systems within 5 years. We must answer the planet's distress signal with action, ambitious, credible climate action. Cop27 must be the place, and now must be the time.
So, Professor Talas, what is the context of this report?
Thank you, and welcome also on my behalf, and thanks for the authors of this report. We have had a practice to publish a preliminary status of climate reports during the COP events, and last week we published a greenhouse gas report showing that we have again broken records in all main 3 greenhouse gases: carbon dioxide, methane, and nitrous oxide. And last year we saw the biggest annual increase of methane concentration since '83. So we are not moving in the right direction in the real atmosphere. And out of those, of course, carbon dioxide is the most important one because of its very long lifetime, and it has contributed about 75% of the warming so far, and its removal from the atmosphere through natural processes is very, very slow. It takes up to thousands of years. Last year, this year we didn't break all-time temperature record because of La Nina, which is cooling the Pacific Ocean temperatures. and we have seen already 3 years of La Nina, which is also a bit unusual. It was 50 years ago, and we had similar case last year. And once we have next so-called El Nino, which is warming the the Pacific ocean temperatures, we are likely to hit the 1.5 degree target, at least on temporary basis, and on more permanent basis next decade. And as the previous speakers in the previous event said, we have seen severe heat waves this year in China with drought, in Europe with drought, and also in western part of United States, and we have seen also so-called heat wave hitting Antarctica, which is speeding up the melting of glacier there. And this La Nina has had a negative impact on temperatures, and that's why, for example, in Uruguay, they had very cold summer this year. And as Secretary General Guterres said, we have seen doubling of the sea level rise during the past 20 years. Recently, we have seen 4.4 millimeters per year sea level rise, whereas 20 years ago it was about 2 millimeters per year. And this increase is very much coming from melting of glaciers, and unfortunately we have already lost this melting of glaciers game, which means that the sea level rise is supposed to continue for the coming hundreds of years or even thousands of years. And some of the most recent studies by NASA is demonstrating that there's a risk of several meters of sea level rise by 2300. So this is one of the bad news that I'm telling. We have started seeing also melting of the Antarctic sea ice, which wasn't the case in the past, and during the past 3 years there has been a severe drop in the Antarctic sea ice cover. And this heat wave, which was hitting Europe, led to dramatic melting of the alpine glaciers, and there's a record since 2000 from the Swiss glaciers, and we have never seen such strong melting of annual glacier. It was more than 6% drop of the glacier mass, and that meant 3 to 4 meters in depth of the glaciers. And that had also impacts on the availability of water in European rivers. And these routes, as I already said, we have observed them in Europe, in China, in both Americas, and also parts of Africa. And then we have also seen flooding events, and of course the most dramatic one was in Pakistan, and where 1/3 of the country was flooded. And one reason behind these unusual weather patterns is also related to the warming of Arctic, which is having impacts on the northern hemispheric weather patterns. We have started seeing more often stagnant weather conditions, heat waves with drought in summertime, cold spells in wintertime, and also paths of low pressure areas along the same areas, which has been happening in Pakistan this summer, and it happened in Germany a year ago. So if I summarize which were the top 5 most dramatic impact events this year, we still have this drought which is going on in Horn of Africa, which is hitting Somalia, Ethiopia, and Kenya. We had floods in Pakistan, which all of you know, heat wave, drought, and wildfires, both in Europe and China. And then there was a strong hurricane Ian hitting USA and Cuba. And this COP is going to be very much focusing on adaptation, and we have a new initiative on adaptation. Only half of our members have proper early warning services in place, which means that there are more human losses and economic losses attached to high-impact weather events. And that's why Secretary General Guterres has asked WMO to prepare an action plan how to reach 100% coverage of early warning services by the end of 2027. And that plan will be launched tomorrow by heads of state and Secretary General Guterres. And altogether we are talking about $3 billion investments during the coming 5 years, which is altogether 6% of the 50 billion a year climate financing, which is supposed to take place as part of the Paris Accord. I could show you some slides because I'm a scientist. I want to prove my things by showing the same thing in slides. So here you can see, not yet. Okay, next one, please. So this is to demonstrate what has happened to greenhouse gas concentrations. On the left, carbon dioxide, where we have seen about 150% increase since the pre-industrial times. And this methane increase we were breaking all-time high in the annual increase, and the third most important is nitrous oxide. And this methane is very much coming from tropical areas where we have wetlands, and we have also rice paddies and cattle which are causing those emissions. Next, please. And this is the temperature record, and as you can see, the last 3 years haven't been record-breaking, and that's very much because of this strong La Nina. And as I said, once we are back to El Nino year, which was, for example, 2016, which was the record-breaking year so far, then we are going to be fairly close to 1.5 or even exceeding that. And there's 50% chance that would happen during the coming 5 years. Next, please. And here you can see this on a map how the temperature anomalies were, and these heat waves have been hitting Asian and European countries, and also New Zealand and Antarctic temperatures were well above normal. And this La Nina you can see in the Pacific Ocean cooling, and that was having impacts on temperatures in Latin America. Next, please. And this is the sea level rise from 2 millimeters to more than 4 millimeters per year, and there's a growing component coming from melting of glaciers. In the past, also this thermal expansion of the seawater was having an impact. Next, please. And as I said, we have seen drop in the Antarctic sea ice extent. In the Arctic, there's continued declining trend, but what is a new feature is that same seems to be happening during recent years in the Antarctic sea ice coverage as well. Next, please. And this is about Switzerland glacier melting. You can see how much mass of glacier has been lost since 2000, and last summer was clearly a record-breaking year, and this is of course striking. If that happens again, then we are supposed to lose the whole glacier, and the estimation is that by the end of this century we lose most of the alpine glacier anyhow. Next, please. And this is a map showing where we have seen drought and flooding, and brown colors indicate drought, and green colors indicate flooding, and we have seen Pakistan floods, of course, Eastern Sahel floods, East Australia flooding, Southern Africa flooding, and then drought in both Americas, Europe, and also China. Next, please. And these are the top events as I already listed. Next, please. And then we have these early warning services for all initiatives which will be launched tomorrow. Next, please. That's all from my side.
Thank you very much, Professor Talas. And now I'm pleased to open the floor to questions. Omar Badur can answer some more technical questions. Please, AP.
Seth Borenstein, AP. Thank you for doing this. Professor Talas, you said that once we have the next good-sized El Nino will hit 1.5 and on a more permanent basis in a decade. Coming out of Glasgow, Mr. Sharma, Secretary General, Ms. Espinosa all said they kept 1.5 alive. How can 1.5 be alive when we're about to hit it and exceed it? And doesn't all the IPCC calculations show that 1.5 is close to dead? I mean, can you somehow explain how it is both alive and dead without bringing in?
Yeah, the IPCC report, which was published 4 years ago, was clearly demonstrating that for the welfare of mankind and biosphere, 1.5 would be more desired target rather than 2 degrees, which is the upper limit of Paris Agreement, and that report clearly demonstrated that. And that's why this focus was changed from 2 degrees to 1.5. And in Glasgow, there was a desire that there would be enough commitments to keep us on the track towards 1.5. And the good news from Glasgow was that the G7 countries and European Union made such commitments to keep us on that pathway, but the rest of G20 countries, which are responsible altogether for 80% of the emissions, they were not ready to do so. For example, India and China were indicating that they are interested in becoming carbon neutral, but by 2060 or 2070. And that would mean that we would be, in the best case, on this 2 degrees pathway. So, and IPCC was demonstrating in its report that we would go above 1.5, but there would be a chance to go back to 1.5 by enhancing the sinks of carbon. But at the moment, since we haven't heard pledges from the remaining part of G20 countries, excluding G7 and European Union, it's very difficult to achieve 1.5 to be honest. And we are at the moment heading towards 2.5 to 3 degrees warming, and we still have time to bend this emission growth curve and reach 2 degrees. But 1.5 is going to be extremely challenging, to be honest. It's not dead, so theoretically it's alive, but it's very difficult to achieve unless we hear new pledges from the remaining part of G20. G7 countries and European Union, they are only responsible for 1/3 of the emissions, so they cannot save 1.5 degrees alone.
Thank you. Amar Badou, anything to add technically?
Thank you very much. With regards to 1.5, I join Professor Talas that it's very hard to keep it. But just to clarify, 1.5 is not computed for annual temperature to say that we are breached the Paris Agreement. There is a work going on within WMO and other international communities to define the time frame that is required to declare that we have crossed 1.5 or not yet. So there is a big chance we cross on annual basis 1.5 in the next couple of years or 5 years. But this would not mean that 1.5 Paris Agreement is dead. So we have to wait a little bit more time to declare such a bad announcement. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other question in the room? No other question? Okay, please note that the UN Secretary General will be holding Heads of State and Governments high-level table tomorrow here in El-Sheikh at 4 p.m. It will be for the launch of the Early Warnings for All initiative, and all the embargoed press material will be sent, as well as the links to the live stream. Now, Secretary General Petri Talas and Omar Badou are available for any individual interview. We can stay in this room, and Omar Badou can also give interviews in Arabic or even in French. Thank you very much, and have a good end of day.